Добро пожаловать все, кто смотрит эту трансляцию. Welcome to everyone who is watching this stream. Welcome to everyone who will be watching this on YouTube. I forgot to switch my language, so sorry for that a bit. Anyway, I'm glad to see you here. I also have changed my mic setup. I basically bought a new mic and I had to solder on an adapter to convince my PC to work with it, so please let me know how the sound is, if I can have a bit of a sound check. Also, it gives me a bit of a worry because I always see like, hello Cyrax, hello. It gives me a bit of a worry because I always see some like small noise at the low bands, but I'm not sure if that would be audible in the recording. I tested it and it sounded fine to me, but I'm not the most audio connoisseur person, so if you think that I should change something, please don't hesitate to voice it in the chat. Anyway, it's still 4 minutes to go, but let's get the show on the road anyway. Okay. So last time we got this 5-door truck variant and we needed to finish up the interior. I did close those walls basically because I had them on one side. I probably accidentally deleted them on the other side, but I just used mirror modifier to fill those in. So to do this partial mirror, the workflow was I just selected some faces on this one side, then I pressed P to move them into their own object, and to this separate object I applied like mirror modifier, then applied it, and then rejoined this modified mesh back into the base vehicle. So I don't need all those steps again, so let's just undo all those actions. It's just a demonstration how it was done. Now we have most of the interior, but we're still missing some gaps here where it would be in contact with the trunk lid. So this bottom part is fine for the most part. Here we need to fill this gap, and to do this, well, the workflow would be pretty easy if we we cannot select this whole edge loop in one click, but if we just select those edges here, then press E to extrude them a bit further. Now we have more faces, and vertex mode, magnet to vertices and auto weld on. Select vertex, point where we want it to weld, and G to enable move mode, and it snaps to the vertex. Click to confirm, and so we stitch it in place. Okay. Okay. So now this gap is closed. We also have this vertex that is actually part of the trunk, so we don't really need this. So let's just delete. Oops. Okay, that was more than one vertex apparently, so let's delete them all. Okay, now that's more clear, and we have this outer wall here. That also needs to be filled, but before we can fill this in, we need to get the exact boundary. And the exact boundary would be from the tail lights. Okay, what is... I thought those tail sections were... Oh no. No, they are here. Let me find it. Some vehicle Bronco. Yeah, like this. So, if we check this Bronco vehicle and... Oh, we have applied the modifier. Why did we do this? No, we did not. I was just selecting the wrong object. Okay. So here. So that that now gives us, well, those are just the parts of this vehicle. And we want those to be shared by more than one vehicle. So instead of them being part of this object, we just move them into a separate one. So and for this object, if we just disable this one, that would go away. And we need to make another Boolean modifier like this. Okay. And it doesn't want to cooperate. Why not? Well, that's more like it, kinda, but I'm not fond of this hole here. Okay. So, first things first. Here, those pink areas on this object, let me disable this. Yep. This means we are probably using the wrong material here. Okay. And can we... Okay. So that helps a bit. That doesn't help a lot. Okay. Well, yeah, I can switch back to Russian, but I believe that some people would be watching this later on YouTube. And there are two of you, so there is someone watching, they're just silent in chat. But I'm still glad anyway. And if you have some specific questions about what I'm doing, I can explain them in Russian. В общем, я могу объяснять по-русски, но так как люди будут смотреть на Ютубе, и зрителей тут на самом деле двое, просто второй в чате молчит, я бы хотел в основном вести на английском. Но если есть какие-то конкретные вопросы и нужны пояснения, что я делаю, то не стесняйся, спрашивай. Okay, that little interlude over. Okay. Let's try to figure out how to make those modifiers work. Okay, so that is, yeah, that a bit of an issue, because when we separated this into an object, we kept this modifier, so we don't need it. Now, that one, yeah, that fixes the issue. Because, okay, can we switch back to fast? We can, but that for some reason breaks the materials. Okay. Okay, and exact here. That punches a hole here, so let's keep this fast, and that gets us a hole here. Why would that be? Okay. that gives us an issue with those inner sections here. Is that really a problem with this model, or is it with this model? Here, oh yes. Here we have those holes that were kind of messing things up, and that's the wrong material here. So let's switch it to caliper material. Okay, so those internals here are not correct. So apparently the way those models were made is the reverse of how I handled them. Those were done first the 5-door variant, and then this was partially filled for the 3-door variant. Okay, let's fix this. Okay, so let's check where, well, yeah, we have some internal geometry that is like swallowed inside and is never visible. So we can probably delete some of those vertices, like this one, this one, this one. Did we break something here? Well, that's not. Okay. Now here we have, okay, that is also something that we probably can get rid of, as well as this vertex here. Okay. So those are now gone. Now we also have some vertices here that we don't need, because those would be enough here. Okay. Well, I'm a bit worried about those vertices, but here goes nothing. And we have undo at our disposal at any moment. Okay, and up here, those three begun. And I feel like we have some edges that we don't really need. Like this one. Okay, and yeah, that face, even though all the vertices have to stay, this face can go. So what we want to have is like a clear gap here, so those faces, we don't need those two. Okay. Okay. And I feel like this bit here, nope. Okay, we can delete this vertex. Yep. Now that we have this clear hole here, we can fill it in. So first thing I want to do is to make some geometry here and weld a vertex here to here. Now since we have well, yeah, that is one single face and that's not correct. I want this to be cut in two and at this vertex exactly. So I use knife tool to cut from here in here. Now those are two faces, but this position does not match this one. But they are close enough to be along the one line. So with the magnet vertex mode on, I select this vertex, double tap G to slide it around and aim at this position. And since that was close enough and we have auto weld on here, this vertex automatically snapped in position here. But now we have some faces here that we don't really need. So this one, and this one. They all overlap and they will all be hidden inside the wall. Next, start from one of the edges, hit E for extrude, and now take vertices and snap them to the boundary vertices, like so. So we have we need a couple more steps like this, and probably, well, that vertex is a bit too high for my liking. Though, should I move it? I'll just leave it there. Okay, anyway, start from here, extrude. That's a bit odd. Snap and snap like this. Okay, and now we have this triangle here. To fill a triangle, once again we take one of the edges, we extrude it, we aim at the corner, so that snaps one of the vertices there automatically, and then we snap the remaining vertex there. So we have a triangle. Good. Now that side gap here, okay, and let's fill that in. Why is it in that strange color? So no, I don't like it. Okay, so those UV coordinates are a bit not right. So I would instead, let's fill it using this edge as a base. So extrude from here and use those vertices to snap. Good. So now that side is filled. And I am going to take those two vertices and move them along x-axis to be to give them a bit more respectable width, though probably in line with this vertex here. So, like, yeah, that does it. Okay, now the same thing over here. Okay, let's enable transparency mode. Do we need it? No, not really. Okay. So let's get rid of some faces that we don't want. Okay. Maybe instead of getting rid of those, we can use them to we'll just edit the vertex positions for them, but I don't really need them anyway. So let's those faces removed, those faces here, they are going well, no, not this one, this can stay for a bit. Okay. Okay, those are not needed. Faces now. Nope, that is connected somewhere. So we will have to select it one by one. And how is everybody doing? And nobody told me about the new sound. I would really love to hear a sound check. So, если кто-нибудь может прокомментировать новый звук, было бы очень славно. Мне нужна обратная связь. Okay, so we still have some errant faces here. Something here. Let's delete those. Whoa, what is this? Okay. Can we? Nope. Still cannot. But at least I can. I know that those two vertices are something I don't need, and that vertex too, so I can delete the vertices. And that one also can be gone. Deleting vertices is, in some situations, a faster way to remove the necessary geometry than editing faces. Okay, but faces are generally easier to select. Okay, so here we have another face like this, and I feel like, yeah, that's another one. Okay, so this face we don't need, and here we have something else. Okay, so that is a face we can remove. And what is this vertex? I don't need it. Same with this one. And do we have, yeah, that's another stray one. And here we have another one. Okay, and with those two gone, we should be kind of finished. Okay, so first, last time we had to first we positioned this to some point. Well, we positioned this vertex somewhere here and then had to cut it because there we had some geometry. Here we do not. So we have to start by cutting it, and that's not going to be symmetrical, but what you gonna do? So we cut something like this and take a vertex from here and snap it like this. Okay. Now this face and this face are going to be internal, so let's remove them. Okay, do we have a face here? Well, apparently not. I might have deleted it by accident in this rush, but we know how to reconstruct a triangle. Just extrude one of the faces. Alternative way to reconstruct a triangle or a quad is to select like two edges. They need to be opposite edges. If you're about a quad, they can be any two edges if you're about a triangle, and press F. And that fills in the gap. But it might mess up some textures for you. So let's see if I can show you this effect. So let's fill this here, and well, no, those were kind of similar. Okay. So those are not going to be an issue here. And now from this to this, let's fill. Yep, that is fine. Okie dokie. Now, edge, let's set sharpness by angle. Let's re-average normal spy face area. We have some more sharpness that I would like in here, but that is, well, technically what we can do is take a vertex from here and slide it down like this. Take this vertex, slide it down like this. So just to simplify this internal geometry and get rid of some unnecessary sharpness. Or we can just click on some edges that I don't think should be sharp, like so, and go edge, clear sharp manually. So those are now smoother. Да, Сарикс, я делаю машину в блендере, это не совсем машина с нуля. Есть мод, называется PZK VLC, и я делаю к нему аддон, чтобы машины были анимированные. То есть я разделяю машину на составные части, я дорабатываю интерьер, вот то, чем я занят сейчас, и добавляю анимаций, то, чем мы, скорее всего, скоро займемся. Okay, so there was a question if I'm doing a vehicle mode, and I explained that, yeah, that is an add-on to PZK VLC mode that contains a whole lot of vehicles, and I'm adding animations to them. Okay. Oh, hello and welcome to all the newcomers. I see we have more viewers now. Okay, and I'm really glad to see you, and I hope you can hear me just fine. So please let me know if there are some issues with the audio. Okay, now that is like our previous vehicle that we actually have already completed but I just wanted to make sure this interior is fine. Now we have where is it? Ooh. Yeah, those are back seats, not front seats, so why did they get named like this? So let's rename this seat as rear rather than front left, and this is rear rather than front right seats. Okay, so those are for 5-door variant. Okay, and we created this sub-object here that contains the headlight configurations we can join in. Since this is going now to be a helper object now and not this full stored in this object here, we are going to move this one into the helpers collection so we don't export this as an object separately. But now we also need, where is this? Yes, let's enable this one. We need to have another object like this, but for 5-door variant. So copy this object, press escape to paste it, and we can actually move this object, but the model here stays in place because it is not this object per se, it is being made with those modifiers here. And to make this a 5-door variant, we just need to change the target of this Boolean modifier. It is currently targeting the base mesh for the 3-door variant here. And we wanted to target this 5-door base variant. So just clear this object from here, use pipette and aim here. And voila. We have now another object that will combine the base mesh with 5 doors with the rear lights. Okay, and here is a bit of a problem. As I can see. Here we see a gap, and if we enable the trunk object, this gap remains here. So that is a bit of geometry that is missing from the base mesh. So to fix it, the obvious thing to do is to take some object that has this geometry like this one, take those two faces, Shift D to copy them, P to separate them into their own object, exit the edit mode, and now with this first we select this object, then control click to this object, so we have this object as selected, orange one, and this is like the yellow one that is called active object. So pressing Ctrl J to merge all the selected objects, there can be more than one, into the active object. And that gives us this bit of geometry we were missing. Okay, so now if we disable this one and re-enable, where is it? This one? Yes. Okay, then we don't have this gap here. We still have quite a few gaps, mostly here around the back, where the tail lights are and where well, the rear hatch would be, but those we can just fill in. And we're going to do this, well, mostly now. Okay, so that goes away. Let's fix the names though a little bit. So that object, that needs to reflect that this is a 5-door variant, so just add a suffix that is not Bronco, that is 5D. Now we have this object that is named with like some numeric suffix. That means it was named automatically and probably is a signal that we want to rename it into something more sensible. So that is, let's get it like grill. Okay, that is the name because grill is this part of the vehicle, and just to remember what it is. Okay, now finally we have those gaps that I mentioned here. So some of those gaps we can fix quite easily. So we have this edge here that is up to where the interior needs to go, and we have two edges here. Well, yeah, that is not the edges we want. Let's drop those. Nope. Accidentally had this extra edge selected when I was dropping, so yeah, let's drop those two edges because those are not the ones we need. Okay, we also probably can drop those, and this one, no, that, not this one. Okay, delete all those edges. Some of them were still doubled up, so delete. Okay. Okay. So now we have those two edges and we need to connect them with those two edges, which is just an easy extrude away. So just clump one vertex here and make sure the other vertices are connected. Okay, so that one is already welded. To make sure if it's welded or not, you check those orange lines that radiate from this selected vertex. So it has an orange line here, so it means that it is connected to those faces. Well, to this edge specifically, but it is used by those two faces. And this orange line means that this vertex is connected to those faces. So it is welded both to upper face and lower face. Here we have a vertex that has this orange line, meaning it belongs to this face. But if we look closer and maybe, yeah, go to transparent mode, this line here, this vertex does not belong to. And if we select this vertex, it belongs to this line, so this face, but is not connected here. And we want this vertex to be merged with this one. And now that's like one vertex that is connected to both faces here and there. Okay, now with the transparency mode on, I can see some strange geometry here that I don't think we want, so let's drop it. Okay. Well, that X-ray mode is sometimes useful like this. Anyway, now we need to match the outline of the trunk lid. And the way to get this trunk lid is we enable this object, we go to edit mode, and let's select some edges we want to match. So up to here everything is matched already. So let's select all the edges of the trunk that are not currently supported by this mesh. Well, those two are actually, so let's not select them, and those like this. Okay. And with those edges selected, press P and separate selection. Since we're not separating faces, and there are faces, we're not separating faces, and there are still faces in the old mesh that are using those edges, it will automatically copy them. Okay, now we don't need to have edit mode. We have those edges here. We can just join them in here. And that gives us the outline of what we need to match with interior boundaries. And the best way to match it is to extrude edges from here. So things like this. That one is snapped. Okay. So those are now fine. Select this edge, extrude and snap. And extrude and snap. Okay, now let's check. Yeah, that vertex needs to be welded here, and that vertex, that is already welded. Okay, same deal on the other side. Okay, now let's extrude here, extrude here, extrude here. Okay, so here we have a situation with the vertices being basically in the same position, but we only can select the vertex we actually don't want to move. So we enable transparency mode, and now if we repeatedly press on this one vertex, it will alternate between the vertices that can be selected here. So we want to have this vertex selected, which has edges here but not here, and match its position with this one. Okay, can we do yeah, here the vertex is already welded, and here we want this vertex to match here. Okay, so apparently we still have some vertices here. Okay. Okay, so there were quite a bit of doubled up vertices in this spot. Okay, exit this transparency mode, and well, Well. Here, at some angle, we can see, like, yeah, that vertex is too close to the exterior, so the render sometimes gets confused if it should be rendered as part of outside, and same deal here. So to remedy this, we take those vertices, maybe even those three on each side. Okay, use the median point pivot mode and SX to to move them in a little bit. Not too much, but just give it some depth. Okay, so that is now our 5-door variant with the interior mostly done. Mostly because we still have those windows here. So to edit those windows together, let's select both of them, then press I for inset and move till like we are on the all the lines are outside or on the edge here of the window, and here this inset got the same result. Now we can edit those sides separately. Now to align those vertices closer to where they need to be. But why double up our work if those are pretty much the same on both sides? Here we have mirror mode controls. Let's enable mirror across x-axis. So now if we edit this vertex here, okay, and apparently that didn't work because this model is not symmetrical enough. Well, we tried. So let's disable the this mirror mode, and okay, so Control 3 for orthographic view from the side. Okay, and we don't need magnet mode. Okay, so let's move those vertices around a bit until the lines kind of match the outline of the window. And same deal here. I'm using double G for sliding so that doesn't mess up the UVs and doesn't mess up the geometry, because just moving around we can move it like here or here, and we might accidentally, like, yeah, that was on the wrong depth. So those are things we want to avoid. So double pressing G to slide mode, and that is safe from those accidental mishaps. But you're constrained to only moving along the edge. Okay, here. Okay, and okay, so those are the windows. Now let's separate them into their own object. And we have a bit of an issue. We wouldn't notice it here because we have backface culling, but if we had it off, that becomes more obvious that we are having an issue with those windows not being real. I want those windows to be functional, so select those faces, inset them some arbitrary amount, X, and delete those faces. Now we have the holes. Well, those holes are nice to have, but they are not in the right spots. So to fix it, enable magnet and weld mode and select those vertices here and join them with their corresponding parts on the outside. Okay, so that looks much nicer, but that exposes another problem with some interior geometry. Like here, this is not how it should look. So we know that this vertex and uh, this vertex, they need to be moved forward quite a bit. So let's slide them forward. Let's disable magnet mode so we don't accidentally ruin stuff. And well, that is quite finicky. Okay, can we just use grab and Y to move them? Okay, so that works. We don't have any sophisticated textures to preserve here, and we know that moving them along the y-axis would not botch up the geometry, so that is why I used this editing here. So now Windows looks fine. Good. Okay. Now this mesh here, that can be treated. Okay, yeah, forgot. I keep forgetting about this hole here. That's so insignificant, so I keep forgetting about it. Let's just fix it. Take this edge, extrude it to, okay, with magnet mode up to here, and then, okay, I still need magnet mode here. Okay. So let's select this mesh. Now let's clean it up. So first off, merge by distance. We had 53 excess vertices as listed here below and down here. Now let's mesh clean up, delete loose. We had 5 vertices and 3 loose edges, so that is also saving us some geometry data. Now edge, set sharpness by angle. No, select everything, then set sharpness by angle, and re-average the normals by face area. So that removed some weird shading here on the roof. In the interior, though in the interior, once again, I probably want to manually soften some of those edges, because I don't believe those should be hard edges. There, 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 edge, clear, sharp, and once you messed up with the edge sharpness, it wouldn't well, it would help if you just re-average the areas. Okay, so here I see an issue here. So as you can see here, it correctly detected those edges to be sharp. Here it did not, and the explanation for this is if we have vertices that are not connected. So like we in transparency mode, if we select, here we see, yeah, those vertices don't match by a mile here, so probably why I missed them. Okay. Oh, no, that should be, okay, so those two vertices. They are close enough, but they are not welded together, and for some reason they were too far for the auto detect. Okay, so let's just select one of them and magnet weld it to the other one. Okay, is this all? Or do we have something problematic here? Yeah. Here we also have those vertices that are not together when they should be. Yeah, that's the problem here as well. And is it the same here? No, that looks like that's just one vertex. Okay. So the way to check if that's one vertex or several is just click it repeatedly, and if it's just one vertex, those orange edges would not change. If there are several vertices but in one spot but they are different, then you could see how we did it before, where if you click it repeatedly it alternates the vertices and they have different highlighted edges. Okay, now that is done. Let's exit transparency, and we have to redo the edges, set sharpness by angle. Yeah, those are now highlighted correctly, but unfortunately we now have to re-manually soften some of them. Okay, like this. And this probably also. Those should not be hard edges, and here. Okay, so we saw on this side this edge got sharpened, and here it did not. One of the possible explanations for this behavior is if those edges, some vertices here, are not properly connected. And that is confirmed because we have also this edge here that is also not getting correctly detected as sharp. So once again, going transparency mode, let's get this vertex. Yeah, once we click once, we have those edges selected, we click again and we have those edges selected. So there are two vertices here. So let's merge them together. And I don't want to re-manually soften edges for the third time, and I know that this one edge, that one should be marked as sharp. Okay, re-average face by face area, and I believe that is it for the base of this vehicle. Okay, so now this vehicle goes into this helpers pile, and we still have those 5 objects here that are doors and rear windows. Okay, so first thing first, where is the rear window object? Here. Okay, so that is the basic rear window we had for the 3-door variant. For the 5-door variant, we will have this rear window and those 2 windows as one object. Backface culling. Okay. So, so we want to make a copy of this rear window. Name this copy for 5 doors. And well, since this window well, actually this window needs to have those edges here added to, well, okay, let's just select those windows here, move them into here, and Control J. So with this window now being part of both objects, we don't really want to have this geometry doubled up. So if we want then to edit this window, it will be much easier if we have just one. So let's delete those vertices, and we still have the window as part of this object. And to do this, we well, to fix it, we use Boolean modifier union with this rear window. So now if we exit here, well, crap. Okay, that's because we have like some excess materials here. Okay. So that gives us this window correctly. And next problem we can see is like this window is fine, we can see it from both sides, but those windows, if we select them, yeah, that's all fine and dandy, we can kind of see the outline. But if there is no outline, there is no window, and that is because this is just one face, and we only see every geometry face from one side. To make those faces double, we have to select all of this, then Shift D to duplicate them, and Alt N to flip their direction. So now those windows are currently facing both ways, and they're visible from both sides. Okay, so that object is mostly done, except for those those vertex groups here. So we had rear window here that is trunk upper bone, and here for some reason we have also vertex groups for trunk lower bone. Instead we want them to have a vertex group for vehicle bone. And that is because vehicle bone is our static bone, and during the animations we want those windows to be static. So let's select all the vertices in this group and assign them all to vehicle bone, and remove them from trunk upper bone. Okay, so now that one should be animated along with those windows. We can even test it out if we select this trunk closing. Now that's not trunk closing animation. Okay, trunk closing, yes. And why would you? Okay, because that was the pause mode. Okay, so here we can see that this window is moving, those windows are not. And unfortunately, okay, object mode, let's pose mode. Okay, unfortunately this animation clip we have had already, because we didn't need the static bone reference there, it wasn't here, so we want to add it to animation clip. Otherwise it might get lost. So we select this vehicle bone, we hover over those areas here. If you don't see them, N is the hotkey to open or close, or you can get this tiny arrow here. Okay, so here we press I for location and rotation, then we move to the end of this animation clip and press I again, and okay, now we see those yellow lines. Да, Сайрекс, ничего страшного, спасибо, что смотрел, удачной прогулки. Okay, so Cyrex is about to go, so goodbye and have a nice time outdoors. Okay. Now, those yellow lines means that during this period nothing really changes with this animation. And when such animations are being exported and imported to game, they can be sometimes ignored. So just in case we still want to ensure that this animation has some substance to it, we go to the middle of it, and what I usually do is like G to move along Z axis and 0.0001. So that is like the tiny offset along up down axis here. So save this as an animation frame, and this animation is no longer like continuous, so it will be exported, and we can if you are very eagle-eyed, you might see that this window is now moving up and down during the animation a bit, but that's not going to be noticeable from far away like here. So from here, not a chance anyone will notice. Like it's like those memes about the Mogos being hidden in some painting. Okay, so that animation now done. This window is now done. We can close it. Now the doors. I was working on some Drive 90s vehicles during the week, and I changed my workflow with the doors a little bit. So what we first do is we join them all in one into one object. So that is one thing. Next, we go to edit mode. We enable this mirroring along x-axis mode, and now let's hope that those doors are symmetrical enough. So let's take those edges here and give this door some girth. Okay, so they are not symmetrical enough. A bit sad, but what you gonna do? Okay, so that is still okay. Something we can now work with. Okay, so roughly those are roughly the same. Those lines are. I would like to move them a bit further apart, because that is more like the actual shape of the door if I saw one. And now next thing is we take those two faces, those two faces, those two faces, and those two faces. We flip them inside, and after we have them flipped, we select like individual origin points, extrude, and move them in a bit like this. So because those faces were flipped, that didn't help, or did it? Okay, so apparently if we disable backface culling, that something went wrong. Okay, so let's reselect those faces and try to extrude them again. And for some reason their extrusion leaves this face behind here. Okay, why? I don't know, but we have to do something about it. Well, first thing, let's remove those faces from here. They're going to become internal ones. This one, if we make it extrude here, it's still, for some reason, that why doesn't it why does it extrude this face into, well, this plane into like an empty box and not a full box? So what I was expecting was not this. Is it because you are, yeah, you are connected here? Okay, So let's try something different. Select those again, Alt M to separate them. So now they are just faces and they're not connected here. And with their whole perimeters being selected, now now they're extruded as the full boxes like this. Okay, and I accidentally forgot to switch off this auto weld, so let's re-extrude. And since we have those individual origins pivoting, we can scale by y-axis down and make them like give them a bit of a gap in between. Next step in this process is select those bottom faces. Nope, not this one, and this one. Okay. And okay, enable magnet mode, enable this mirroring, enable welding, and let's weld this here. Weld them like this. Let's see, the other side was not symmetrical enough, which is a bit annoying, but honestly, Drive 90s were the only vehicles so far that were actually symmetrical, well, at least of those that I have encountered. Okay, now let's transparency mode and select those edges with median point pivot S by X to move them like this, and grab by Z, and without mirror grab by Z, move like so. So that is our door geometry. Now we have some thickness for the windows, and we can select all those faces for the windows here. Press I to inset. Okay, so yeah, let's make it like this. Now let's edit some vertex positions so they closer match the window. Like this one needs to go lower. This one, slide not move, goes here. That one is close enough. That let's move a bit back and down. That one is fine here, not fine here. Okay, like this. Here, this window is mostly fine. So let's just scooch a bit. And this one. Okay, and the final one. So I want to move it back till this edge touches where I want the vertex to end up, and then move along this edge here. So that's how you enlarge it. Okay. And those are fine. Okay, now those faces on the outside, split them and they become windows. Now those edges on the inside, let's just remove them and they become holes. Vertex mode, magnet, weld, and let's get welding. so that is a bit thin, but it's gonna work. Okay, so those are now, oh no. Now we need to also make sure that there are some textures fixed. So let's grab all those edges here. Let's grab this one for reference. So we have all of those. Nope, just all of those. They need to be clamped down into 1 pixel, and yeah, let's move that to this position here. Layout, and now those should have color from the same color as here. They unfortunately still suffer from some of those crease smoothing over the sharp angle. We'll fix this in a moment. Next, we have those gaps around the doors that we need to fill. But that would be more convenient to do when the doors are separated. So let's split this into its own door, split this into its own door. Now split this, and we are only left with one door here. So we can select like this. We don't need those edges to be part of this edge loop, and extrude. We can extrude it somewhere like where it's obvious which vertices were not moved. And now let's get welding those vertices together. There should be roughly the same number of vertices on the inside or the outside, but if there isn't, we can add more using a knife tool, or just clamp several vertices into one position. Okay, and that looks like a complete door. So now let's edge set sharpness by angle, mesh merge by distance. There were 2 stray vertices. So with this approach here, now sometimes I don't even have to smooth this edge here, but just clear sharp from this one, Alt N, average by face area. Oh yeah, I forgot. This wing mirror here, those probably also can be smooth. Okay, so that gives the mirror a less blocky view, well, appearance. And let's Alt N, average by face area. Well, for some reason this looks quite sharp still. So do we have a problem with doubled vertices here? This one not, this one not. Well, okay. That is kinda interesting. Well, that suggests that there is a face down there. Is there? Well, no. That one should be there. That one should be there. Yeah, those two are fine. Do we still have some problematic vertices? Well, no. Apparently not. Then where does this outline come from? Well, okay. That is a bit concerning, but I'm probably not going to lose my sleep over it. Well, not lose too much sleep over it. I'll probably figure it out by the next stream. Anyway, this is now our door front left. Okay, and that is door front left object. If we try to name it like this, we'll have a conflict. So let's like door 5D. So we know that this door is part of the 5D configuration, because we also have this front left door for a 3-door configuration. And good thing is they seem to be both connected to this bone at the same point, so we don't need separate clips for those 2 doors. Or at least separate bones that are both animated in one clip. Anyway, so now that can get hidden, and let's check our other objects. Here all the windows. So Alt N, average by face area, double up, and flip. So they are visible with back face culling. So now we have windows on the both sides. Then let's select this window, split it into one object, this one goes into another, this one goes into third, and finally this object gets named window 5D front left, and object suffix. Next, this one is once again window 5D rear left. This is window 5D rear right. And finally this one is window 5D front right object. Okay, so those are now final objects and they need to be in this collection. Okay, next, finally we have the rest of the doors here. Okay. Okay, I think I see what the issue is with the door, well, with the window, well, with the face there. You see here we have this face here, but it is kind of facing the wrong way. If you know what that means. Well, if you see what it means. Okay. And potentially that is the same issue with the door we have here. Yeah. So that face, that needs to be flipped. Yeah, and now you can see it is getting smoothed around, and we have another face here that needs some flipping. This one, Alt N, flip. Okay, so that door, oh, well, that trying to flip all of those might be a bit cumbersome. So instead, let's go to let's select this object, go to edit mode, press A, then Alt N, and we tell it to recalculate outside. So it tries to figure out which faces are outside by calculating which volume is enclosed in this mesh, and makes faces looking outside of this internal volume. Okay, so that looks much better with back face culling off. Now that one, same deal, recalculate outside, Mesh cleanup merge by distance. Okay, edge set sharpness by angle. Okay, and I forgot that we need to make the sides. Okay. So selecting those edges around. Nope, not this one, this one. Extrude. And now weld. This goes here, this goes here. And I'm really glad that people are watching the stream, but I'd be even happier if I could know how the stream is going for you, how is life in general, or just say hello. And maybe give me some feedback on the sound quality, like is it better than last stream? Is it before? Oh, hello, clusters. Cluster is high. Sorry if I'm butchering the name. I'm not a professional streamer, so that's not a skill I have yet. But I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad you're watching. Okay, so let's set the sharpness by angle, and once again, some of those edges we want to manually unsharpen. Okay, and then re-average the normals by face area. So that is our door. Let's give it a proper name. Okay. Rear left. And move it to the collection. Next here, same drill. First, let's mesh clean up merge by distance. Let's recalculate outside for the normals. And oops, actually I'm kind of glad that this normals recalculation works properly before we fill in those sides. And it might have been broken. So same deal, extrude and weld. So if you missed how I'm doing those welds, okay, no, not here. Okay, so the key here is we have this magnet modes set to vertices, and we have this here set to auto weld mode. So if after an operation some vertices end up close enough to each other, then they're automatically getting merged. So this one move here. So I go to move mode, which is G, and then when I point my mouse at a vertex, since I have the magnet mode enabled, the moved vertex matches its coordinates. And then when I confirm the operation, since the coordinates were matched, they will be welded together. So that's the fastest way so far I found for this, well, for operations like this. Okay, that is done. Alt N and nope, first edge and set sharpness by angle. Okay, here that one even we don't need to unsharpen. This one we still need. Okay, and Alt N average by face area. So that door is okay. So here I did manage to mess up. Let's redo those two. Okay, so let's remove those faces, reselect those two edges, extrude here, and that vertex goes here, and that vertex goes here. And I can recalculate the sharpness automatically, but I know that I just want those two to be still sharp. Average by face area. Good. That's the door. Door from 5-door variant, rear, right object, and done. And the final door. Okay. Final door. Let's hide those. Select the edges. Extrude. When you extrude, you also can like speed up the next step a bit by pointing to one vertex, and then it will snap there. Okay, so now. Okay, why? That is probably one of those doubled up vertices. We caught it. And if I had to guess, this other one would be in here. Nope, not in here. Well, maybe it is there, but I just didn't extrude it. Anyway, select all, mesh, clean up, merge by distance, Alt N, recalculate outside, edge, set sharpness by angle, and we don't need to manually, no, we do need to manually soften up the mirror. So this mirror back, that, well, probably you can see the difference here with this mirror being softened, this one isn't. So I just like this, how this mirror looks a bit better. Like, remember, this game is set in 1993, and kind of rounded mirrors were more popular there than, if I remember correctly. Well, okay, now re-average by face area, normals are fixed, and give it a name. Door, front right, object. Finally move it to this collection, and that is now another step done towards towards completing these 5-door animations. Now, next thing we need to do is here on those 3-door version doors, you can see this wrench symbol here. That means that they have some modifier on them, and that is this armature modifier. Those don't have this, and that means if we try to like select this armature and go to pose mode, we select this door bone and rotate it. Okay. And for some reason this door decided, no, it's just not visible. So this door moves, this doesn't. That's not how we want it to work. We want all the doors to move. So we need to add similar modifiers to the doors here. Okay, now we're still in pose mode. A to select all, Alt R to cancel all rotations, Alt G to cancel all translations or movements, and Alt S to cancel all scales. That's just to clean up and return this full, this armature to default pose. Now, to do what, to add those modifiers, we can add it manually, but the easier way to do is to select all those objects here, then select armature as the active object. The active is the yellow one, and the orange ones are called selected. And now we press Ctrl P for parenting options, and we set all selected object parents to vehicle skeleton with armature deform. and that automatically adds those modifiers. And now we also can see those objects here under this skeleton, not just in this collection. If this armature was in the same collection, then we wouldn't have been able to see those objects here, which I find less convenient. And here now we have those modifiers. Like if we go to object mode and select this object, we can see that it now has this armature modifier, and that is just half of the business, because if we still select this armature and go to pose mode and rotate it like so, we still see okay, why is it yes, of course, we can still see that this door here is animated, but this isn't. And the problem is, if we go to this door here, go to object mode and this door here, we also have this vertex group set up. So and if we go to this door here, it does have the vertex groups set up, but they are named according to some other bones. Those are, I guess those were inherited here when we merged in the outline from the trunk. So those groups, well, we only need one. We want the second one to be named based on the front left door bone. And we want to go to edit mode, press A to select all the vertices and hit assign here. Now we exit the edit mode, and this door is now also animated. Good. Just we need to go through all other doors and windows and do the same. So here we need one group for front right door bone and assign everything to this door. Now for this we have a bit of an issue, because we need to assign it to a bone named something like a rear left door bone, but we don't have a bone like this in the armature, so we need to add it. And to add a bone, we select the door, select an edge around which we want it to pivot, and press Shift S and select move cursor to selected. So that thingy here is a 3D cursor. Now exit edit mode, select the armature, tab to enter edit mode, and now Shift A. That adds a new bone at the cursor position. Select this bone and give it a name. So that name is rear left door bone. Okay, now similarly we want to add move cursor here at the bottom of this window. Go back to armature, add another bone, and that one is going to be rear left window bone. And here with those two bones you can see this tiny dotted line connecting them, and when this bone is rotated, this bone follows, like it's still at the base of where the base of the window should be. However, if we go to pose mode here, select this bone and rotate it around Z axis like so, this bone remains in place, and we want it to behave like this. So to do this, we go to edit mode on the armature, select this window bone, and here in this relations area we get a parent field. Click here And here from the list, select rear left door bone. So now they are parented, and you can see the same thin connected line. And when we exit the mode so we can see the changed pose, this bone here moved as well. So same deal with object mode, same deal with this door. Okay, leave only one group, name it rear right door bone. Okay, no. Select all vertices, assign it here. Now select this edge, move cursor, go to armature, edit, add bone, name the bone. To name bones, you need to be in this mode here with this bone selected, and that is a bit confusing with armatures because you have basically three names. You have object name, you have armature name, and then you have bone name, and we want to edit the bone name to be correct. Okay, so rear right door bone, and let's add the window bone as well. Rear right window bone, and that is here, parented to rear right door bone. Okay, those doors are done. Now the windows. Same deal, though the bone we want to reference is like front left window bone. We can also like copy this name so we don't have to type it all every time. So that window now snaps to position. Delete this one, paste the name here, but that one is front right rather than front left. Assign everything to this bone. Next here, drop this group, rename this one. That one is rear left window bone. Assign, and finally this one drops, this one here, and that's rear right. Okay. So those are the doors and windows all rigged up for animations. Next step is to actually check those animations, but first let's select this armature, pose mode, select all, and cancel all the animations we have acquired here. Okay, so object here. Now let's also enable hood. Let's enable the rear windows here and here, and trunk, and still have those doors and windows from the first. So now we can see that all the animated parts are visible. Okay, so that is now our setup for animation. Here in this top ribbon, let's switch to animation mode. We have last stream already made some animations for the 3-door variant, and let's see if they are functional for the 5-door variant. So we can see that, yeah, that door is getting moved. Here open and close, that's fine. Then for a front right door, that is also open and close just fine. For trunk, the trunk gets open, no window gets left behind, those are stationary, this is all fine. And now the thing that gives me a bit of a worry. So window, front left. Okay. So here we can see that this window here, that works fine. So if we disable this 5-door front left doors for this window, yeah, that is going up and down and moves nicely. Yeah, let's also just disable the rear for a bit. So that for this, the animation works just fine because that is what it was intended for. Now let's instead disable this window and this door and re-enable those windows for 5 doors and try this animation. So is this animation correct? Well, it doesn't clip through, it ends up in roughly the expected position, so I'd say yeah, let's skip it. And I hope that the same is true for the other door. Okay, yep, that looks also fine. Good, so now those animations are correct. And that makes me happy. Let's select this door animation clip. It is shielded. We want to make a copy of it. And let's name this door rear left closing. Okay, so let's move to the end frame. Let's delete all the previous animation data from this clip. Select this bone because that's the rear left door we're going to animate. The end frame is closed, so that's our position. The start frame is open, so let's move to top view. With this bone selected, press R to rotate. Since we're viewing along the Z-axis, that's what we rotate it around, and that is about where the door should open to. Press I to save the keyframe, and that is our animation done. Shield it, copy it, and rename it to door rear right closing. Once again, clear animation data, select this bone, save the end frame, go to start, rotate it around to, well, that's a problem. I guess we have a typo somewhere. Let's fix it anyway. Let's fix it later. Okay, so that's our clip. Save. Done. Now let's figure out what's wrong with this window here. So that window is expecting it to be rear right window bone, and make sure that it is all assigned to the group. Yeah, that was the issue. The name of the bone and the group was correct, but I forgot to assign the vertices. Things happen. Okay, now select armature, and you want to have this armature selected before you go to animation mode. That's just some precaution here. Okay, so close the door. Now that's a window animation here. So let's make a copy of it and rename it to rear left open. Okay, rear left is this window here. So clear all the animation data, select this bone, save the initial position, and now move to final position, because those are open animations. I want the open state to be final, because the door animations are closing, then the final state is the closed animation. That is a bit counterintuitive logic, but that happened when I was earlier in getting used to how those animations work, and that just stuck. If that doesn't, well, that scheme does not suit you, feel free to change it. And then just switch around which animations are inverted when you script them into well, in the game. Okay, so now this, if we just move this door, it might start clipping through this door here, and we might, that's not going to be ideal. If we want to see if it does more clearly, we can select it as an object here, and then select the bone again. Okay, so that is our animation position right before it starts clipping out of the door. So that is like the rear windows are going to be opened a lot less than the front ones. That is a problem with many of vehicles. Okay, so that now we move it along x-axis till it matches this line, and now go to position 3D cursor mode and click somewhere on this line to position 3D cursor there, switch pivoting mode to 3D cursor, and go rotate around y-axis, and now we keep this position on the line there, but we rotate around it. So that can be a position where we no longer clip outside of the door here, but we still are on this line. Okay, here let's save this position and check the animation. Okay, so that looks about right. Copy, rename it to right, not right left, just right. Clear all the data. Now select this window, select this bone, save the position from the start, go to orthographic view, and let's move to end frame. And once again, so we just barely don't clip outside. Then move here to this edge. Like so. Rotate around 3D cursor here. R, Y. Okay. So that looks fine. Save. Close, open, good. So those are the animation clips we needed for the 5-door variants. Cool. Next thing, let's save, let's export. Okay, where do we export it to? That looks, yeah, about right. So that would be the same model here as car galloper. Though before we export, okay, that is still an issue. So I clicked this eye off, so we hid all the modals here, then hold shift and click again. And that forces all the contents of this collection to be visible. So now we have armature visible, this collection visible, and this collection is entirely hidden. So those are the objects that we want to export. Okay, now save, now export to FBX. And I noticed that you probably don't see this dialog here for the export. I'm not sure how to let you see it. Okay, let me try something. Okay. Okay, sorry for the dark screen. I'm going to... Okay. So that should give you the full screen view, including this, well, including the dialog here I see here. So that how you set it up. So first let's find the correct directory here, and we're going to export, replace this model here that we worked last stream. So we want to export visible objects only. We want to export armature and mesh. First press armature, then with shift press mesh, so they are both selected. Now transform, we don't change anything. In armature we don't change anything, and here in animation we untick everything except all actions. And for simplify I usually put 0.1 because that introduces less inaccuracies to animations when exporting. Okay, now export FBX, and that is done. Okay, now next thing. Okay, sorry, please hold. Now we need to get to add the scripts for it, and to do this I'm going to use a new program that I downloaded recently. So okay, let's open folder. Okay, is it? Nope. Yep, here. So let's open this folder. Okay, do you see it? Well, apparently you don't. And why is that? Okay. So this is Microsoft Code, well, Visual Studio Code. That's a kind of lightweight code editor, and it can open a whole folder here. So now I targeted it to a media folder of my mod. Now we want to go to scripts and check what scripts we have. Okay, so we recently added, where is this? That's not bear, that's not tornado, that was, yes, this laser two-door script thingy here. So I want to copy it. Okay, can I? Yep, this created a copy of this file. Can I rename it? Yes, I can. And let's rename it to 5 doors animated. And this script now we're going to be editing using some models from the previous script, using some changing some models here. So first thing we do is let's replace all dimensions of laser with laser 5 doors. Okay, and let's replace all. Where in a rare occasion we're going to be using the same file here, so we don't need to rename neither the model here nor the texture file for this interiors and seats. In fact, but we're going to be using a different base model. So that's not going to be a Bronco, that's going to be this Bronco 5-door. So let's copy from Blender and paste it here. Good. Now, we don't yet have this lights version here. Okay, so I'm going to, for now, just comment it out using this dash asterisk dash notation. The interior, that is going to be the same for 5-door models and for 4-door models. The only difference is with the seats, and those are the same. Well, those are separate objects. Now, for the doors. Okay, so we have door front left. That is going to be a separate model with this 5-door suffix here. Same deal for front right, window front left, and window front right. Same change in notation. Now this window, well, we have 2 more doors. So let's select those models. Let's paste them, copy paste, and rename them to rear left with from a rear left model, and a rear right from rear right here. Okay, so now for windows, we have window rear right and window rear left. So those need to be taken from, well, with this 5D suffix here. But we have another issue here. Those 2 windows on 2-door variant were static. They were not part of the doors. They were those side windows at the back. Here, those windows rear left and rear right are on the doors. So we need to change them and make them not static. So let's just paste those bits here. And now the bone names, they should have, this one should use a rear left window bone, and that one should use a rear right window bone. Good. Next, trunk is a shared model, so we don't need to specify a separate one in this script. Hood is a shared model, same deal. Windshield, shared model, same deal. Rear window, that's a different one. So that one, I believe we named it like the rest, rear window 5D. So that is a separate. Now next, the seats. We have, okay, so there were still all 4 seats on the 2-door version here. So we don't need to add more seats. Those are shared. Lights, same deal. All lights are shared between those vehicles. So this is all the models we need to define. Now let's check this template here. Okay, so trunk door. That's not going to be used a specific 5-door trunk variant. Use the same. Door front left, correctly using a laser 5-door. Door front right, left 5-door. Engine door is using normal one. And we have 2 more parts here that are door rear left, that is using this model, and rear right using this model. Okay, let's fix some spacings. Okay, so all the doors together. Engine door is different. Window front left, yes, that's using a 5-door variant. those using, yes, 5-door variants, but we have a bit of a minor issue here as well. You see, front windows, they have this parent properties, and the rear windows, they just don't. Okay. Oops. Sorry, I just can't stand those broken indentations. So I'm going to spend a moment fixing them. Okay, so that should be also bright. Okay, so we should just take this property and copy, because if those windows were static as they were before, they didn't need it. Now that they are actually animated, they need to be well, they need to know which is their parent part, so they can be animated along with it. So, door rear left, door rear right. Okay, windshield is using base laser model, rear windshield is using this laser window, and I notice a problem. Okay, I'm going to fix it here, and we're going to run into it in when we get in game to test it. Okay, so here with this rear window, parent equals trunk door. Okay, now seats, they don't need to be specifically 5-door variants. The battery is the same position as there. Interior does not need to be specifically 5-door. Okay, and passenger positions, I believe those should be correct. Anyway, now this script is done. Next we go to Lua folder, oops, cancel, shared PZK add animations. And let's make a copy of this layout and paste in some correct names. So that is the base model name goes here. This template name, nope, just this one, goes in here. Now that is not 2-door variant, that should be a 4-door variant. So let's copy it from here. So I believe it's still a trunk door version, and it's still 4 seats. And so what are the vehicle IDs that are going to use it? Well, let's find out in game. So let's start it. Projects on void. Start. So 2 hours into the stream, and we're finally launching the game for the first time. Yay! Okay. So let's switch to the game scene so you can see what's going on. Okay, so what's wrong with the game? Why it's not showing? Yeah, it is showing. Okay, anyway, oops. Well, that's a bit embarrassing. That's going to first spend some time reloading Lua, and then it's going to probably load the wrong file. Well, so now that we ended up here in this game, yeah, that was where I was working on the Drive 90s vehicles. So you can see their lineup here. And finally finished up, so they're now all animated. Even those two with their hoods down, they also can be animated. Anyway, that's not the file I wanted to load. And let's make sure we're at correct position. Oh. Hello to more people that are starting to watch the stream. Okay, so let's... this is not a vanilla mod screen, that's a mod manager mod working, but I like it because it allows me to press here and load mod files from some of the saves, so that is what we need. So let's enable mods from here, let's make sure that the mod manager is still on. Where is it? Yes, mod manager is still on. So let's reload the Lua. Okay, and now let's load the correct save. So if you have the main mod list match the save mod list, then you don't get this loading Lua stage at the beginning of the loading process. And here is our really cramped PZK scrapyard here. Well, car yard. So this is the vehicle I want to edit now. Okay. We have no clip on, and that is named PZK Chevalier Laser Off-Roader. Okay, so that is one vehicle that we need. Let me enable some cheats so we don't accidentally starve here, and let's go back to text. Okay, so I want to make an animation record for PZK Chevalier Laser Off-Roader. So that was the name, I believe. And we want to use this animation config. Okay, like this. Good. So that should add animations to this vehicle in game, but let's walk around the yard and find some. Okay, are going to... What's going on? Okay, so let's walk around the yard and find some similar looking vehicles. So one thing I see, well, a couple I see here is this one, This is dash Chien. Okay, let me. I'll just open my animations file there and try to type them correctly. Dash Chien. Okay, next one here is, well, that's also dash Chien. Why did I spawn two of them? That's a bit odd. Well, no worries. Okay, are there other 4-door short chips here, like this one or this one? So what is your name? PZK Masterson Scout 4-door. Okay. Scout 4 doors. Okay. So that is another one, I believe. And we have this one. PZK SUV Custom. Custom. Okay. Next. Do we see more? Well, I see this one. I'm not sure if I checked it or not yet. And that one too. Oh, that is a Cheyenne. Those doubles, okay. So that one is, yeah, Laser Off-Roader. That's the one we already registered. That's the OG one. So are there more? Well, that one at the end looks like kinda like it. So let's check this one out too. And that one is Continental Cruiser. Okay, that's a new one. Continental Cruiser. Okay. Okay. Done. So is that all? Well, here is also someone trying to sneak in, but that kinda feels a bit too long to be this one. Like those windows, yeah, that's even not, yeah, those windows are too long for this configuration. That's a different vehicle. Okay. Okay. So those are some scripts that we believe are the correct shape. Now let's double check what if that is actually true or not. Let's go back here. Let me... Okay. So let's... Can we open a new folder here? Okay. Oh, no, I don't have this set up. Okay. So I will have to look for where this folder is. Okay. So we go to C, Program Files, Steam Apps, Workshop Contents 108,600, and then we find the mod on the workshop and paste the mod ID. Okay, so that's the folder I want to check, and I only want this folder here. Okay. Well, it wants to close my current folder, so I guess it doesn't want me to allow me to open two folders again. Can I add folder to workspace? Okay, let's try this one. Add. Yes, I do trust those files. Okay, so this is now the scripts of the vehicles from the original mod. So I want to check what those scripts are using. So let's first find this Chevalier Off-Roader. And Chevalier, Province, Series, Roadrunner. Well, that's not the one. Chevalier Laser Off-Roader. That is the one. And it is for the mesh. Well, this Laser Off-Roader is using the mesh Chevalier Laser 5 doors. Okay, that is what we expected. Now next, Dash Cheyenne. So let's find this one. Well, Dash. Nope. Let's move down. Vehicle PZK Dash Cheyenne. Okay, so this one is using its own mesh for the vehicle. So to check if it isn't really different, what we need to do is go into Blender. Okay, let's get this collection and try to import FBX from not here, not here. Is that one? PZK, yeah. So we want to find Dash Cheyenne. So that is, yeah, we can already see that this is a slightly different model here. So this one is disqualified. So let's delete it from here, and here in animations, Dash Cheyenne is a negative. Next, Masterson Scout 4 doors. Okay. Masterson, Sunrise, expand, nope. PZK, Franklin, Hearth, Masterson Lady, Masterson Scout 4 doors is also using its own model here, apparently. So let's double check that one. Blender, file import, FBX, Masterson Scout 4 doors, and once again, nope, that one is noticeably different. Again, Nissan Patrol. Okay, so let's strike that one out too. Now, SVU custom. Well, that is going to be not going to be easy to find, probably. PZK SVU custom, and once again, its own mesh. Vehicles SUV. Well, well. That is a vanilla vehicle. And well, I'd say yeah, that is different from those two. So that's also getting out from this animation flock. Now the final one is Continental Cruiser. Okay, Continental here, nope. So going here, Chevalier, Continental Cruiser. And once again, its own mesh. Continental Cruiser. So that's a bit of a trap when you try to make several vehicles with one fell swoop, but they don't always work out like this. Okay, so let's see, Blender, import, FBX, Continental Cruiser. And that one is much shorter than those. So, nope, not similar enough as well. So all of those, yeah, those go away. Okay. Actually, let me reference one other thing I have here prepared. Is it here? Okay, yeah, apparently this off-roader is the only one using this model based on the sheet I made. So, okay, let's save this animations file and get back into the game, and let me show you what I meant by this problem with the rear window that I caught now and fixed on the 5-door variant but not on the 2-door variants. Okay, so here we're facing back, and if we open this trunk, this rear window does not properly link with it. So that is an issue, and we're going to fix it. But to fix it, we have to exit the game and restart it. So the origin of this issue is with the script. Okay, let me find here this media. Let's go scripts, vehicles. Okay, and we want to check laser 2-door script for down here. Well, not the headlights, not the seats, this windshield rear. So that one is missing this parent definition. So here with the 5-door variant, I added this parent trunk door. So I want to fix it here. Also, while we're outside, let's check one more thing about this Chevalier off-roader that we're, or laser off-roader that we use here. Okay. And the thing I'm interested in is, okay, here in the block of template usages, those are seats, okay, battery, this one. So, templates for Windows, no, that's not the ones. Door, front left, door, front right. Okay. Wow. Well, I be interested. Okay, so yeah, here, this template, trunk door. That is fine. So it uses the definitions for sounds. Okay. And for some reason, that is what is giving me a worry. It is using the templates for front door, front left and front right doors, but it is missing the rear left and rear right doors, while it has those parts, apparently. Well, it's supposed to have them. So that might be a bug. And Peter, if you're watching it, please take note. Anyway, now that we fixed this script and we saved those animations, let's restart the game. Okay, start Project Zomboid. Switch to the game. Okay, please hold, I don't want the stream to be just a dark screen. Okay. And I'm probably going to hold this screen till the game is loaded. Okay. And apparently I did something wrong with this, or something right with the setup, because we have next to no lost frames this stream. And I'm really glad about it. That's really cool. And let's start the game. Okay. So, switching to the game. First of all, well, looks like we need to fix something else here. Maybe this window is set up as static. And here we see some doors being missing, but some animations being right. Okay. So the doors are there, they're just not being rendered. So what can be causing this issue with the doors? So first thing to check would be the scaling. Because I imported the new model, I might have messed up the scale. So let's check that theory out. To do this we need to go to Blender to check all those doors and to check values here. So that shows that this door should be scaled to basically 1.1% of its size, and that being exported, then imported and reinterpreted meant that at some point we have an issue and the doors might be actually here in game, but they are like 1% of their size. So like 1 pixel or under a pixel large. And on top of that, they would probably be somewhere there in the middle. So we don't really see them. That's an easy fix. So let's go to Blender. Let's select all those doors. Let's select all those windows. And let's press Ctrl A and select rotations and scale. And that clears out all those transforms there. So their origin points are correct, so that's something we don't need to worry about further. But I'm still going to check this object here. Yeah, that one has normal rotations. That one as well. Okay. And what about this one? Yes, that one is also scaled correctly. That we being double checked. Now let's save and re-export. FBX. That's the same file, that's the same export, and okay, back to game. Okay. In the game, since we re-exported the model, we have some doors are now correct, some are still shoved here in the middle, but that is just an artifact of a re-export. Okay, so let's enable cheats. Oops. So let's get key, let's check the gas, we have gas. Getting in. Let's use this door being missing to check how this passenger looks. It's a bit wonky, but for the most part serviceable. Okay. Now. Okay, and we have the same rear window issue as with the 2-door variant, well, 3-door variant. Sorry. I think, yes. That's a midstream notification that I need some stretches and liquids. And I hope you get some too. Okay, now let's check what is wrong with this windshield rear. So most likely explanation is it is being set up as a static model here. Let's go to the script and check the model definitions here. So window rear. Okay, so that is set to window, that's rear left, that's rear right, that's rear window. And as you can see, it is missing those bone definitions we need. Okay, so let's make it not static, and it is supposed to be using trunk upper bone, and it's supposed to also be using vehicle bone. Now, same deal needs to be done in the laser 2-door variant. So we go from part to model definitions, go to rear window, and paste it here. So it's static false, and since this window does not have those side panels that... Oh, hello Cyrex, hello, welcome back. Oh, and apparently you have a new username. Okay. So we don't have the side panels on this rear variant, so we don't need this. But there's one more thing to check, and that is here, this trunk. Currently it is importing animations for trunk upper bone and trunk lower bone, and is not importing animations for this vehicle bone. And that might give us an issue, but I'm going to just keep it to show you how it looks. So now restart the games. Where's the... Okay. Sorry. For some reason, yeah, here. Why is it... for some reason I lost the cursor in game. So I had to guess where to click to close it. Anyway, let's restart it with now those things being changed. And hopefully that will fix some of it. And since we're reloading the game, we should get the correct doors on the 5-door variant, if everything is set correctly. Okay, so the game is loaded, and yeah, we still have something wrong with the back doors, well, with the rear doors, and let me guess, yeah, Peter, if you're watching this, see, you have no rear door definitions here. So there are no rear doors for this supposedly 5-door car. So that's a bug. Now here, those side panels, you see, they got put in some strange spot here, but that panel is now correctly animated. And that those two panels, they are, this is precisely because we did not import the vehicle bone together with well, this animation here. So here, that is fixed. Good. So now, let's go fix stuff. Okay. So, to fix it. Okay. Sorry. Let's let the sound continue. I'm just going to make sure I don't accidentally die while I'm away. Here we go. So, the way why those doors are missing is this issue that I showed you with this laser off-roader script. Here it is referencing some bits and pieces of vanilla scripts to, well, inherit some values from them. And the problematic piece here is this. You import template for front left and front right doors, but you don't import the templates for rear left and rear right doors. So since I don't have the capacity to edit this script directly, well, I can, but that would mean that for everybody else that would still be broken. I can try to go to my template here for the 5-door version and just add those templates here up top. And let's see if that helps it. And now last thing is here, this trunk. Even though that it is working, this script, it is working correctly without this vehicle bone, I need to have this vehicle bone reference imported with this trunk model here, simply because I'm going to be using it in a different vehicle. Okay, so save this, save this, and let's restart the game. So once again, please show me the cursor. Cool. Okay. Okay, and apparently no. Just adding those doors here on my side did not fix this issue. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Really unfortunate. But at least those windows are now fixed, and this needs to be fixed in PZK VLC core mod. So that's funny. That's really funny. But oh well. Why is... oh yeah, because we have some zombies around. That's why we have this music here. Well, since we're done with those vehicles here, we can clear up the space and get us some more space around. Okay. Okay. Now, I noticed we had this vehicle with vanilla, basically vanilla mesh. And yeah, we also have some, like that one is also basically a vanilla van. Why is it like this? I don't know. Well, it has... well, it has only 4 doors, but it has those side doors here. So yeah, and that one is probably kind of similar, but with the blinkers on top, and yeah, 4 doors, 4 seats, 4 doors, and those doors are named not middle, they are rear. Okay. So since we have some vehicles basically from vanilla, let's get them, well, some of them done, because that shouldn't take a lot of time. And I really want to have some progress, or noticeable progress with this rim, aside from this a bit broken vehicle. Yeah, that's kinda sad. Okay. Kinda really sad that it doesn't work. So let's, since those template mentions, they don't really fix them. Actually, can we? Okay, yeah. That's door all, that's not an issue. Template, part, engine, door. Engine. Yeah. Actually, what is the Chevalier province? That is, if we go to Blender and try to find this province. So let's select this root collection, import FBX, and go to province. That is kind of similar vehicle, but longer. Okay, can it share some parts with the rest of those vehicles? Like if we move it, let's switch off the magnet, let's move it around y-axis, and well, apparently not. Okay, so that's going to be its own file, and not going to bother with it now. So now we have this okay, let's go to go to the mods workshop and see. I believe I have referenced what are the cars that are using vanilla models here in this reference sheet. Okay. So we have a van, we have van seats, we have SUV, we have car normal lights. So those are some models that we can just copy from my mod. Okay, so let's get open a new explorer, go to Vanilla Vehicles Animated, mods, Vanilla Vehicles Animated Media, PZK Animated Contents, mods, PZK Animated Media, models, vehicles, models, vehicles. Okay, and let's see. So we want car normals, vans, we want step van, and SUV. Were there also something else? Sports car, Really? Masterson Lady is vanilla sports car. Okay, and apparently I was expecting to have a station wagon, but no. No, oh no, here. No, that's PZK station wagon too. PZK station wagon. Okay, so those are somewhat changed. Okay, so those are the models we can copy here. Okie-dokie. Okay, now that we have those vehicles here, we can try to add them to well, we can check the sorry, I'm getting a bit of a brain freeze. I need a tiny break, so let me pour some tea. Okay, that's better. Now let's try to make this a new general file. Yes, we want to save all the changes before. We don't want to lose anything. Let's clear the scene. Now let's go and import FBX from where? From this file here. I want to check to get the step 1 and the van. I believe those are the ones with some extra flair to them. Okay, so import. So this is the vanilla step van variants here. Out of those we have 2 taco trucks that are not going to be required here. So we delete those and we're left just with this step van. Okay, and for some reason I forgot to untick this important button there. Okay, let's. Why are you so slow? Okay, so and got those leaf bones. So now I have to delete them because I don't need those bones. If I wanted to avoid this blunder, when I import, okay, you don't see this game, let's see here. So if I want to avoid having to delete those bones, then when I import here I can expand armature and tick this ignore leaf bones, and that will automatically not import them. I'm really sorry if you had to hear this. Anyway, we have deleted them now, so this is the step van we have. Let's check the game. What are the step van scripts? So here we have this UPZ step van here, this SWAT step van, we have Pizza World step van with some air vents up top. This is basically vanilla. This is ice cream. This is hot dogs. Okay, so we have 4 step van variants that we need to accommodate in our model. That is quite easy. That would be quite easy to do. So let's go to Blender. This is our base step van with all its animations already done. Okay, let's check this here. Go to pose mode, select all, Alt R, Alt G, Alt S to assemble it into default pose. Okay, so that's the step van. And we already have all the animations here, yes. Action editor, yes. We have all the animations, but they got this vehicle skeleton pasted at the front of them. We don't want this, so let's get across all the animations and drop it. So when we re-export it, it's not going to get this naming. So makes me wonder if I can change something in the import settings to avoid this as well when importing. Can I? Let me just double check. Animations, well, no. Include operator presets. Nope, apparently not. Oh well. So now we want to import some more step vans. Let's see what models we have here. Okay, so we have step van SWAT. That was easy to find, and that one is kinda small. Well, kinda small. I still want you to match this size, and we know that the difference from this one to this one is 0.4 scale. So if I want to scale this one up, I can scale it by 2.5 and it fits like a glove. Okay, now this SWAT van, let's deconstruct it and make it, well, let's cut all those default van geometry from it. So we select the blinkers, that's the difference here. Now we go to select and invert. And that means we selected everything but the blinkers. Now delete the vertices and there we go. Okay, if we check this step van here, that has like missing windows and doors because those are separate objects. And those doors and windows, they were also part of this step van, so that's why I wanted to delete them. But I want to bring them back here. So to do this, we have our handy Boolean modifier trick. So we want it to be union with this object. Show it in edit mode, and here we go. So that is one thing, but you see here we have some messed up normals, and that is because those two objects, they kind of clip into each other. So how to fix this? One way I figured out is to duplicate this very modifier, and the first one, instead of it being union, set it to difference. Okay, and that is kind of awkward. So okay, if we fix it, yeah. So now why is it getting rid of those panels instead? I'm a bit confused. But anyway, now with those both modifiers active, we don't get those distortions, because those models make sure that they are separated before they're being recombined again. Okay. Another way to fix this issue might be to go to like one orthographic view and make sure that those vertices are raised a bit. Like move by Z and move them till you get no distortions. So that is also a way to avoid those intersections there. Okay. So things like this. Okay. So that is our SWAT variant of this step fan. Let's name it SWAT. No, not sad. Even all capitals. Now we still have hot dog, pizza world, and ice cream variants. So how are those called? Let's double check. Step van ice cream, PZK van ice cream, van pizza, and don't we have this hot dog here? Well, I think we'll find it eventually. So let's file import fbx. Okay. And we want to check filter by van, and here we can find it. Yes, van hot dog, van ice cream, van light bar. That's probably the police van. That's not a step van. Okay, so we want ice cream and ice cream pizza hot dog. Okay, import ice cream. Same deal here. That's too small. We want it to be scaled by 2.5. Next, select this cone, select those holders here, select this bit here, so, and we have those curtains here. So this is the difference between this fan and the vanilla one. So we want keep those, so invert selection and delete vertices. Now pull in difference with the step van. Okay, and next add modifier boolean union with the same step van. Okay, and that's getting a bit ugly, so that method did not help us a bit here, but if we switch it to fast, that helps. But I'm a bit confused. That seems to be a bit too low. Okay, let's try to do this again from scratch. So let's select this collection. Let's re-import fbx ice cream. Let's select this and scale it by 2.5, and yeah, this is how it should look. Why do you look like this here? Did I move you by accident or what? Okay, so that's how it should be. Right? Oh, yeah, let's just drop this one and start anew with this one. Okay. So select all those bits, select those bits, selection invert, remove all those vertices. Now let's, oops, not build. I want you to have boolean with this step van fast. Okay, so that looks more like it. Add generate boolean union with this step van again. Fast. Okay. So that is now our ice cream van base. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So that one, let's rename it ice cream and drop it into the collection with the rest. Next, import fbx hot dog. So once again, scale 2.5. Let's check the positions. Yeah, that is correct positioning. Let's select those hot dog. Let's get those bits here. Once again, the curtain here. Yep, that looks right. Selection, invert, clear, modifiers, boolean with, where is this? Okay, yeah, here vehicle step van, difference fast, see here, add modifier boolean fast union with step van, see here. So that is now done. That is the hot dog. Can we recalculate this by face area? Yeah. That looks a bit better. At least to my taste. I probably also would have liked to make some of those edges sharp. Why didn't you select this entire edge? Okay, that one is doing something strange. Nope, that's not a back face thing. Okay. Stop worrying about it. Okay. Okay. Next thing. So this is step van hot dog. Goes in here, and we have final one for the pizza. Import fbx Okay, scale by 2.5. Get those bits all selected. Do we have? Yes, we have this curtain here. Okay, selection invert. Remove those vertices. Now Boolean difference with step van. Make it fast. Okay, Boolean union with a step van fast. Make it visible here. Okay. So that is not giving us a good result here. Oh, it's serviceable, I guess. Okay, so that's our pizza variant. Okay. So, since we have all those models here, let's save this file. Let's call it PZK step van. Save Blender file. Okay, and next let's move export FBX. Here we want to, okay, yeah, PZK step van, yeah, that name works. Sorry, I'm once again just setting up the export. I have showed you what I'm doing here, so I'm not going to switch to where that would be visible. Anyhow, that's our file. Now let's go and make some scripts. Once again, because that vehicle was already done in Vanilla Vehicles Animated mod, I can just copy script from there and use it as a base. Okay, scripts, vehicle. Okay, where is this step van animated? Let's copy here and PZK step van animated. Let's name this script like this so their naming does not clash. Next bit here. Okay. Oh no, I don't need to open it here. I need to open it here. So here, scripts, vehicles, PZK step van. That's a copy of the script from VVA. So first thing to do is to change the prefix to this PZKA. Just to avoid naming clashes, because it is possible that those two mods will be working together, and there is an argument to be made to like have those models actually named the same way in both. So if both modes active, we only define one model and then we redefine this model with exact same content. But no. Okay, so our first PZK step van, that's going to be used on two vehicles. We have seen, sorry, here. I renamed VVA prefix with PZK prefix. You can still see the operation here. And now we need to use, like that is going to be the base name. And here, instead of this file name, we are going to use, which one? Models, vehicles, PZK step van. Let's copy path. Okay, you don't need to open the FBX. So I wanted to start with these vehicles. Okay. Yeah, I don't even need those vehicles, I just need the name. And I don't need the FBX. Okay, replace all. Good. Now, we have step van and step van no random. We probably are going to only use one of those, and my guess would be on no random. Because if we go to game, we're going to be using this step van model on this one, and let's check like here. If we try to recolor it, that does nothing, so that's a no random variant. And this one, basically same deal. If we try to change some colors here, that does nothing to the texture of this vehicle, so no random it is. So that's one argument here. So in this file we drop this model here and only need no random one. Now instead of those taco variants, we need to have step van. What were those? SWAT. Next we want it to be ice cream, then hot dog, and finally we want it to be pizza. Okay, and to all of those we need to name correct models here. So we can go to Blender and copy the object names from there. So the SWAT is this. Next, ice cream is this. Now hot dog is this. Let's copy and paste, and pizza finally is this. Okay, pizza is this. Good, and you notice that they all also use this no random shader. So since this is the case, for all the parts where we use this shader, we also can switch them to a no random shader. And that would be important for one thing that I'm first going to show you, and then we're going to switch it. So here, internals, that is fine. All those doors, windows, animations, all this 9 yards here, except for one thing. Here is the battery. Okay, so we have... Oh, do we have this battery here? Yeah, so we have the battery object here, and that's... yeah, I guess that can work if we also double up on this model here. But I kind of want to change how it works here, so let's for now comment out this battery, and we're going to use a battery that was defined in another file. So like here in laser, we can see that in PZK I'm using a battery model that is called here PZK battery. So, so yeah, here in Blender we have this battery spot here. Yep. And I want to check where this battery is positioned. So to do this, I need to set its origin to where its center of mass is. And to do this, I go to Object, Set Origin, and let's say center of mass by volume. Okay, so that's the position of this battery. Now I can see that it has some coordinates here. And those are the coordinates we're going to need to specify here for this battery. So we paste this PZK battery reference, and we're going to be using this offset here. Okay. So for this offset, first thing, remember that this one is kinda 2.5 times larger than the original one was, so those coordinates here we will have to multiply by 0.4 for them to be useful. Oh, let me grab a calculator. And type it in. So the x coordinate is 0.50886. Let's multiply it by 0.4 and we end up with 0.203544. Let's round it up to 0.2035. So, and that is a value that we paste here in this x position. Oh yeah, using dot instead of the comma. And we need to invert the x coordinate here, so that would ends up with negative 0.2035. Second bit is the vertical offset. So the vertical offset in Blender is the z coordinate here. So that is negative 0.243419. Let's type it into our calculator. 2434119 times 0.4, and that gives us 009736. Let's round it up to 0974. Okay. 0974, and we had this offset as negative, so we have to keep it as negative. Okay, so that is our value here. Now final value is the back to front offset, and in Blender that is the y offset, so that is 2.55073. So type it here, not 2.2, 2.55073 times 0.4, 1.020292. So let's round it up to 1.0203. Okay, here is 1.0203. So those are our battery coordinates. We are going to need something else, but you will see when we get in game. Anyway, so that is our base script done. Now we can add animations. So to do this, first let's create a template. So step 1 is a 2-door with a rear door variant. So do we have something like this to copy? This is trunk door. Okay, apparently not. Well, let's copy this one. Let's paste it here and use two-door script for doors. So rear door version, 2 seats. That is just fine. This is those we need to copy from. Where is this? Yeah, from here. So first, the template name, PZK Step Van Animate Doors. That goes here. Next, we need to use the base model name. Oh, sorry. I'm in the editing in editor and showing you Blender. Ugh, getting goofed up. Well, 3.5 hours by now, so yeah. Kinda getting a bit on the tired side. Anyway, so that is our step van no random. Step van animate doors, 2 doors, a rear door version, 2 seats. Now we need to make copies of this bit for SWAT, pizza and other variants, but since they have all the exact same internals, we can use coordinates like this. So we will copy this record into another record like SWAT one. SWAT here. Okay. So let's paste. This is for ice cream, this is for hot dog, this is for pizza. Okay, now we have ice cream. We have hot dog. And finally we have pizza. So now we need 5 records like those set animation configs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's copy. So we want this one to be, okay, that's just 4. Why, how did they count to 5? I don't know. Kinda okay. SWAT ice cream. Let's get this pizza. No, let's get hot dogs. And now the final one. Let's sorry. Let's get it for this pizza one. Okay, and the vehicle IDs would be yeah, actually we have 2 of those. So we have PZK Step Van Milk. We have PZK Step Van UPZ. Now we have ice cream. That's going to be this one. We have pizza. Okay. That's going to be this one. We're going to have, where is it, hot dog. Whoa, someone's shooting. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking for the correct ID. I know I can see it in game probably. Okay, so van, police, step van, SWAT. That's one of the missing ones. That's going to go here. And the final one is for a hot dog. And where would that be? Control F, hot. Okay, and okay, I give up. Let's check it in game. So the hot dog is step van hot dog. Well, that's not original. PZK step van hot dog. Okay. Step van hot dog. I guess that one was added after I compiled the list, so I need to update it. And anyway, so here we go. This is our records for the animations, and they should work. Well, I don't want to cosplay Todd Howard, but I really hope that that just works. Now let's exit the game. Okay, sorry. Let's exit the game. Okay, please close. Why is it stuck? I'm not fond of it. Okay, well, apparently it crashed a bit. But anyway, we have to restart it again. Okay, so the game is loading. I hope this crash did not corrupt the save file. It might have, though the chances are a bit slim. Okay, and so let's continue. Let's load the game and check our work. Okay. So let's open up. Okay. So it did not work perfectly, admittedly. Those look kind of messed up. But they do work. Well, at least they are now seen as as animated versions. But for some reason we don't have any parts. Do we have any complaints about the missing objects here? So that's the weather forecast. This is just the vehicle setting their positions. No, apparently not. Okay. So why are you missing the models then? That's $1 million question right now, because you have all those base meshes added, but okay, and all those objects, they were exported, I believe, at least. Wow. Will I be check some things here. Well, apparently I might have messed up the naming of it. Okay. Yeah, check those models. Apparently I forgot to give myself some good powers. Yeah. Okay, so we are missing all the animated parts, including headlights, batteries, even the engine block. So what this tells me is we are having an issue with this block here, and if you're like paying a little bit of attention, yeah, I can see what the issue is. So this basically needs to be just the name of the template like this. So let's fix this and restart the game again. Okay, let me find it like this and like this. And please don't glitch again. Yes, thank you. Now let's restart it. Okay, restart. Okay, well, apparently I'm experiencing some issues with online connectivity, and for some reason we're now having like 1% of dropped frames. Okay. Loading the game. Sorry. Still getting used to this new mic, and sorry if I hit it with something accidentally. I hope it didn't blow up your ears. Okay, anyway, game is loaded. Let's check this out. Okay, so that is better. Now we have the animated bits here. We have a battery, and the battery is positioned correctly, but it is not angled correctly, as you can see. Well, we can leave it as is, but that's not how I want it to look. And another thing here, you see where this vehicle was scratched here, we have those scratches, they look like kind of brown, but those look kind of red. And why is that? Well, that's I kind of foreshadowed a bit. If we go to vehicle editing, age, color attributes, also let me just prevent starvation again. If we go to color attributes and set it to black, those are now black. We set it to blue, those are now blue. Like, we can set it to some arbitrary color, and that changes to it. And that is precisely because of this shader I mentioned when we were editing the script. So let's go here, here. So the base, the base models of the vehicles, they use this shader that is called vehicle no random multi UV no reflect. If we go to the parts, like the doors, they use vehicle multi UV no reflect. So they don't have this no random bit in their name. So that's a different shader, and that shader, unlike the no random one, expects that there will be some tint to this car, and so it adds this tint to all the scratches. So if we want to avoid it, we need to find all mentions of this shader in this file and replace them with no random. Easy as that. So let's just replace all the mentions, and that should fix this issue. I have this issue with some of the vanilla animated vehicles. I am planning on eventually making a pass and fixing it everywhere, but not yet. Not yet. Okay. So is this all? Oh yes, and we have this thing with the battery. So we have specified offset for the battery, but we also need to specify the rotation for it. So let's try to guess those rotations. So we have this is rotating around axis that is goes from left to right. So we need to rotate it a bit around this one. This is axis from down to top. We also might want to rotate it around this axis like by 90 degrees because here you basically only can see half of the battery here. So that's what I want to change. And hopefully by turning it by 90 degrees we will see like the whole battery like this. And then this first axis, oh, the last axis is rotating on the axis from back to front. That one will happily leave at 0. Okay, so let's give it like 15 degrees across X and 90 degrees around Y-axis. Save it, and unfortunately let's restart this game again. So let's go here, exit. Okay, and sorry for a tiny distraction. I need to reply to this. Okay, so let's start the game. Okay. Okay, so the game. Oh, Chase, I forgot to. Oops. I forgot to switch it to a different scene, so you were enjoying the black screen all the time I was restarting Project Zomboid, and now it's also crashed to add insult to injury. Yep. Sorry for being that kind of professional. Okay, hopefully next launch will end up better. So that is... So here we are. Let's continue. Okay. switch the game. And well. So apparently text. Apparently we have something wrong. So that change in used material, that is probably something that is causing the game to crash. Okay. So you can hear the game, but it is not responsive. And the main thing we changed was this blanket material change, shader change here. So apparently that is not something we should do. Okay. But in the brief moment that the game was working, I was able to confirm that those coordinates are kinda working here. So unfortunately, I'll have to Control Z to undo all those material changes here. Then let me go here and reapply this rotation to the battery. So let's copy the rotation, and I believe that was like 15 here, 90 here. Oops, not 990. Okay, and let's try launching the game again. Those shaders are my nemesis. Actually, yeah, let's now I'm already starting the game, so I'll have this log file examined sometime next time. Okay. Oh yeah, those are the dangers of mod making. You can accidentally cause the game to crash. Hopefully that rollback will fix it. And start game. Game here. Okay. So the game did load. We can check the battery position. We probably can turn it by a couple more degrees. This 90-degree turn looks correct, but the 15 degrees looks a bit insufficient. So that's a thing. So yeah, if the hood is closed, you can see this blue contact is poking out a bit. So yeah. And unfortunately we still have those greenish, green bits here. So to fix it, let's go to text and try to change them one by one. Okay, so first thing first, let's take this shader, vehicle, no random, multi-UV, no reflect, and paste it to what is the most visible would be the hood. Okay, so that's the hood. No random, multi-UV, no reflect. You know what, I want to double check something. Let me test it. Control N. Okay. Okay. So here is the Zomboid Steam folder. It's where it was installed. Program files, Steam, Steam apps, common, project Zomboid. Here we can go to media folder, and that is structured just the same way as any mod folder you might be working on. And here we can find the shaders folder. So that is the shaders that we can use. Okay, so that is shader multi-UV no reflect frag, shader no multi-UV no reflect static vert. And for the multi-UV no reflect shader, you see we have this multi-UV no reflect frag, vert, static vert. But here we have only frag and static vert. We don't have a file that would be named vehicle no random multi-UV no reflect vert. So we probably can copy this one. Okay, let's okay. If I go to, no, not vanilla vehicles animated, I want it to be in this mod here, yeah. Media shaders, okay. So that is one, and I want to copy this file here. So that is PZK Animated Media Shaders, but I want this shader to be named like so. So let's change it here. So that's the missing file here. So maybe that will fix our game crashing when we use this shader. So let's go back to here and yeah, we use this on HUD. Save it and restart the game. So please hold. Okay, the game is closed. The game is getting started. That is kind of upsetting that Project Zomboid has some of those half-baked systems around vehicles and vehicle animations, because like I said in the description of Vanilla Vehicles Animated mod, they had some plans to animate to have those vehicle animations in vanilla, but then that got shelved, and a lot of systems there are starts of those, but they are half-baked and not really done. So that is kind of upsetting. Okay, so let's try. Well, the game did not crash. The game did render this hood with the correct shader. The doors and the trunk are still scratched with the wrong shader. So I call it a victory. Next thing, I forgot to correct those battery positions. Okay. So cheats. Okay, got mod. Sorry, I forgot to show you this. Game, please, anytime now. Yeah, here we go. So here we now see that this hood is shaded correctly. The door is not shaded correctly, and this is how we know that both shaders are working and they give us different results. Okay, and next thing what I want to do is to fix the battery. Well, the battery rotation, change it a bit, and share this shader with the rest of the doors. Okay, so let's go to text. here, so now we can really perform this flat replace all. That is for all the doors to be shaded correctly. And here I want this to be 17 degree. Okay. And okay, let's try this one. So the game goes to restart. Okay. So I hope you're enjoying the stream, and if you have some specific questions or requests what you want me to do next, feel free to shoot this in chat and I'll see what I can do, and probably I'll just divert right away because I'm kinda ADHD like this. Okay. Okay, start game, switch to the game. Okay, so the doors are now shaded right. The battery is no longer poking, and it's kinda visible in the appropriate spot here. So I think that's we can call those step fans as all correctly animated. Okay, so this one, let's just make sure all the hoods are open. Next bit, we have this one, and that is vanilla SUV vehicle. Also, okay, that one is, no, that's a station wagon, that's not a vanilla vehicle, but we have some normal and normal light vehicles. And since we're not going to need to, oh, well, that's some performance spike. I think I know what's causing it. It's the goddamn rain. Because the Boyd, for some reason, it's all the resources when it's doing this. So, going to climate debugger, weather, and say, like, stop current weather. And that should get rid of the stream stutter. Yeah. Hopefully it did. At least on my end I can see it working a bit more smooth. Not perfect though. Anyway, so we have the SUV vehicle and we have some normal vehicles that can use the just vanilla models, and unlike the step van, we don't need to edit those. So we can just take them, this model right away and plug it into a script. So going to script. First, let me make sure that I'm not going to starve to death by accident once again. Sorry. Here, cheats. Yeah. Okay, now text. Let's copy vehicle scripts from vanilla vehicles animated mod. We want to copy normal and SUV scripts. Let's copy them here, and just for the sake of naming, let's use PZK for a prefix in the names. And also I noticed, yeah, because some scripts here have the name like PZK dash, some have just PZK without dash, and some don't have PZK. Let's give me a moment so I can make sure they're all named uniformly. So I'm going to use PZK dash name as a standard. Okay, and two more, and last one. Okay. So here in the scripts we can now see they are more uniform. So now let's go. Normal vehicles. Let's get rid of this VVA and replace it with PZKA prefix, so we have the normal modes. Now, the way this model is named, that is a bit different. Let's switch and go here with those with those names and add. Okay. So let's rename this model into PZKA normal FBX, and let's copy this name here and paste this way, changing. So also this step van, that is not a file I need because we have this step van file. So this one I want to delete. Yeah, move to recycle bin. Okay. So here now we have van, car, SUV. Those are still to be processed, and this one is okay. So those it lost. This one is not openable. Okay, so that is normal. We have car normal, we have car normal lights, and we are using those for two vehicles. Oh, and I forgot that I also have sports car used as vanilla. That's okay. And those are Triumph TWD and Fire and Police variants. And also Franklin Homelander. So let's get in game and check those cars. So TWD, I believe that was somewhere here, though I might be wrong. So what is this vehicle here? Oops. Yep, Franklin Triumph TWD. Also, sorry, instead of trying to guess those vehicles here, I'm going to just spawn them here. Okay, so let me check what is this vehicle. That one, yeah, that's a Homelander. And that one is... Please get the cheats on. Let's check. Series sedan. Okay, so that's a PZK vanilla-like vehicle that we're currently not interested in. I want to spawn... Okay, TWD, spawn, fire, police, and taxi. Okay. So those are the vehicles we want to check. And the reason why I spawned them all is because I want to check their coloring. So here, vehicle. Okay, so that one supports random colors. So we can't use this no random shader for this vehicle. This one. Okay, that's not what I wanted to check. Vehicle HSW, blue, yeah. So those two allow random, but those fire, police, and taxi, they don't. So like I say, yeah, those stay the same. So we need both. We need both no random and regular shaders used, and apparently to have since we can't have them simultaneously, we can't switch between them, we will have to double up on some models and scripts, but that is going to be next time, because that stream is going for over 4 hours now, and that is my cue to end. So thank you everybody for watching. I really hope to see you next time, and have a good day. Goodbye.